Oh, is 9:04, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. If we can please have Pastor Michael Jimenez from Victory Ministry come up. Welcome.
Amen. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. We want to thank each and every single one of you from Victory Ministry and everyone involved for allowing us to come and pray this morning. So if we could all bow our heads for this moment of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you with a grateful heart, acknowledging the blessing of our community that you have bestowed upon us, the community you have created for us to live in fellowship with one another, to support, to encourage, and to lift one another up. We pray for protection over the community, over our leaders, and all who make decisions that shape our everyday life. We lift up those who are struggling within our communities, those who are experiencing hardships, poverties, loneliness, or illness. Please, Lord, surround them with your love and comfort and inspire us to reach out with compassion and support. And let us remember, for as the body is one and has many members, all the members are part of one body. Though many, we are still one, as our community is. And let us not forget what God said. When the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building, the Lord said, if the people are one, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. We put this day and this meeting in your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Next up, if you can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, if we can get a roll call for quorum, Brandy.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Here. Wonderful. We do have quorum this morning. And just to kind of head it off, if we have anyone standing on the back, if we can either move to the side walls or take a seat in one of the seats, please. Either the side walls, just so that we're not in front of the doors, if we could. Thank you. Okay, next up we do have the commissioner. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the Board of Finance in open session. Interim County Manager Stephen Lopez, welcome. It's your first meeting with us today. Is there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you very much. And yes, we would like to pull item number 3 off of the agenda, and we'll bring it back reworded at a future meeting.
Okay, so we will be removing item number 3, which is to approve a budget resolution and revision. Any other changes?
That is it, sir.
Okay, seeing none. Brandy. Okay, seeing none. So we do have our agenda for this afternoon. Commissioners, any other changes? Cool, seeing none. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda, where the board is asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. And we do have 14 this morning. Do we have a motion?
So move, Commissioner Murillo.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo.
Second.
We do have a second by Commissioner Sanchez.
No, Reynolds.
Reynolds, sorry. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved.
This consent agenda has some resolutions. Item number 5, 2024-67, Item number 6, 2024-68. Item number 7, 2024-69. Item number 10, 2024-70. Item number 11, 2024-71.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brandy. Next up, we do have our pet showcase, Mr. Lopez.
Good morning. Our cat of the week is Selena Kyle, a 4-year-old domestic short hair female. She says, I am a sweet and quiet girl who just wants a nice, calm, loving family to take me in. I'm past my kitten stage, but every once in a while, a toy might pique my interest for a little bit. I'd much rather spend my days surveying my domain, taking naps, and getting neck scritches from my favorite people. So that is Selena Kyle, our cat of the week. And our dog of the week is Ace, a 5-year-old large mixed male. And Ace says, I'm a couple weeks shy of being at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley for an entire year. So I'm hoping to find my forever family home before then. Especially at first, I can get energetic and excited when meeting new people or being out on a walk, but I settle down quickly. I can sometimes have an independent spirit, but I really do like to come back to my people for some pets and cuddles at the end of the day. And as a reminder, we have offsite adoptions occurring at Farm Mesilla on Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and at the Sunset Grill from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sunday. And those are our pets of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Okay, next up, we do have employee recognition where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our interim county manager, Steven Lopez, to introduce those two individuals.
All right. Are we on? Yes, okay. Our first employee that we'd like to recognize is Captain Joshua Fleming. Come on up, Captain. Captain Joshua Fleming joined the Doña County Detention Center as an officer in April of 1999 and became a senior detention officer in 2001. After working on a variety of assignments, including the juvenile and adult areas at the detention center, he was promoted to sergeant in 2002 and to lieutenant in 2003. He worked in the healthcare area and soon took a temporary assignment as captain in 2017. And soon after that, he was promoted to captain, his current rank. Please join us in congratulating Captain Fleming on his 25th work anniversary and for his dedicated and continuing service to the detention center. Is Brian here? Yes, come on up. So, that is officially yours, along with your pen. And where would you like us?
There you go. Commissioner Reynolds, a little bit closer if you don't mind. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
And our second employee that we'd like to recognize this morning is William Provence from the Jetport. Congratulations on 10 years. William Provence joined Doña County in May of 2014 as manager of the Doña County Jetport. In his leadership position, Bill is an invaluable asset. He manages land leases, old and new, and develops the airport for new businesses. He has been focused on developing the airport for air cargo operations, which was a significant change that has attracted new business to the area and impactful investment to the airport. Bill has been instrumental in rebuilding the runway and adding taxiways to expand and strengthen the jetport's capacity and the area's opportunities. He also promotes, coordinates, and supervises the daily operations at the jetport, including tenant and customer relations, oversight of the facility, and compliance with state and federal regulations, particularly those administered by the Federal Aviation Administration. Bill grew up in northern Minnesota, where he played and coached hockey for most of his life. He was also an avid participant in curling, which is a cold winter weather thing, a sport in which players slide stones on a sheet of ice toward a target area made of 4 concentric circles. As busy and effective as he is at work, his favorite activity, first and foremost, is spending time with his wife of 47 years. He also likes playing golf and working in his wood shop, refinishing furniture, especially pianos. Please join us in congratulating Bill on his 10-year work anniversary and thanking him for his leadership and dedication to the most important factor in our South County economic development, which was just recognized last week with a state award, I understand? Yes. Best New Mexico Airport, is that correct? Airport of the Year. Airport of the Year. So excellent work. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chaparro, a little bit to your, perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Moving on, we do have 3 proclamations. Somehow I am carrying all 3. But first up, we do have proclaim May as Bike Month in Doña County. And we do have a bunch of children here today, and we'll call you all up here in just a moment, okay? But we do have National Bike to School Month, which, do we have a motion actually before I get going?
I move approval.
We do have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Chaparro. So safe routes to school is celebrated in May across the country. We are all aware that trends have changed and safe outdoor activities like riding a bike or walking to school has significantly decreased. Working together, we can change this trend back. Just holding one-time events like Bike to School Day can increase the number of students who walk or bicycle to school even weeks after the event. Transportation costs continue to increase, and having safe routes to school and work and encouraging everyone to try to make up and help us drive those costs down. Consider this: school travel by private family vehicles for students grade K through 12 accounted for about 12% of automobile trips made during the morning peak period in 2009, and about 3% of annual trips made by family vehicles in the U.S. overall. More bikes to school mean more activities for children, better air quality for all, and saving on the number of school buses and private vehicles being used. The Commission also helps by promoting policies that enable safe access for all users, including pedestrians, bicyclists, motorcyclists, and transit riders of all ages and eligibility to safely walk or ride a bike throughout Doña County. Locally, we have committed Safe Routes to School coordinator. We have Miss Ashley Curry here, who joined us to receive this proclamation. If you want to bring everyone on up. We are all honored to host Ms. Curry, Las Cruces Public Schools Safe Routes to School coordinator. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, members of the public. I'm Ashley Curry, Safe Routes to School Coordinator for Las Cruces Public Schools. And together with me today, we have MacArthur Elementary's Bike Club, MacArthur Elementary's principal, Ms. Castillo, and members of our Safe Routes to School team as well. So we are honored to be here. Thank you so much. We rode our bikes here from MacArthur Elementary this morning. These kids are amazing. And we just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the county for everything that you have done to continue to make Las Cruces and Doña County a safe place for students to ride their bikes and to walk to school. In particular, I think she may be here today. I wanted just to do a shout out to Sabrina Schrader. She's a planner and a designer in the community development department. She has worked very closely with the Safe Routes to School program on developing our 5-year action plan. We really couldn't have done it without her. So I just wanted to say thank you to her for that. And then also thank you to the county for the beautiful multi-use trail on Elks Drive. That's an incredible facility that will enable the students at Doña Ana Elementary, Columbia Elementary, and Vista Middle School to be able to bike safely to school. So thank you for your continued work, and I know there are other plans in the works as well to continue that trail and other things that are further down. So just a big thank you. I'd like to offer this moment, if I may, to the students, if anybody would like to add anything about biking. No? Everybody's feeling shy? Any of the adults? Okay, we'll keep it short and sweet then. So on their behalf, I'll just say thank you. Together, can we say thank you, guys? Ready, 1, 2, 3. Thank you! Okay, super. We're wonderful with the picture. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry, if I may add just one more thing, Commissioner Soldier Hernandez. Thursday, we have our final Bike to School Day. It will be at Tombaugh Elementary. So if any of you are interested in joining us, we're going to meet at 7:15 at the corner of Stony Brook and Willow Glen. So Stony Brook and Willow Glen to bike to school at Tombaugh. And we usually have 30+ children biking then. So if anybody be interested, please join us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, as a point of order, maybe have the proclamation read and a vote. Yes.
And this is where I turn the meeting over and I go back home and go to bed. Mr. Lopez, if you will please read the proclamation for us.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas May is National Bike Month as promoted by the League of American Bicyclists and celebrated across the country, along with Ride a Bike Day on May 5th, Bike to Work Week from May 13th to 19th, and Bike to Work Day on Friday, May 17th. And whereas over the past 40 years, the number of elementary and middle school students who walk or bike to school has dramatically decreased from about half in 1969 to 13% in 2009. Safe Routes to School programs is a sustained effort by families, community members, and leaders, schools, and all levels of government to foster road and traffic safety for children to safely walk and bicycle to school. And whereas, along with the League of American Bicyclists, the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, Las Cruces Public Schools, local cycling clubs, and independent bicyclists, we support more bicycling, riding, and foster safe practices on our roads. And whereas Doña Ana County continues to build or improve bicycle routes, trails, and parks for transportation and recreation in support of an active, healthier community and the Safe Routes to School program. And whereas Las Cruces Public Schools welcomed everyone to the Family Bike Fiesta in late April at Lynn Community Middle School, and Mesilla Elementary hosted a Bike to School Day May 7th. Across the county, elementary school students are encouraged to participate in safe routes to school and ride their bicycle during Bike to School days. Tombaugh Elementary will host Bike to School Thursday, May 16th. Now, therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of May as National Bike Month. A proclamation for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioners, any comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Chapato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kids, thank you so much. I saw you riding your bikes as I was coming in, and you did so in such a safe way, and it made me happy to see you. So thanks again. Have a good day.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sanchez, yes.
Ashley, George, and all of the Safe Routes to School, we really appreciate everything that you do for the community. It's always nice to see MacArthur come in for the proclamation, and I know it's a nice, it's a nice distance that they have to actually come from the school to join us here at the government center. I did also want to thank DASO as well. I know outside or in the county, DASO provides support to a lot of these events, whether walk to school or bike to school. So just want to say thank you to all the deputies and to Sheriff Stewart for that support of the Safe Routes to School program. So thank you.
Wonderful. Any other comments? Seeing none. Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion passes. Congratulations.
If we could have all the adults in the back and then the children in the front. Could I have a couple of you over on this side?
Yeah, you got to make sure it's balanced.
Maybe one more on this side?
Okay, who wants
Would
the
you mind
proclamation?
standing right in front? In the middle there? Perfect. Awesome. Okay, who wants the proclamation? You can do it. Everybody smile, keep your eyes open. I don't feel it today. I think we got it. Thank you.
Guys, thank you. We'll see you next year, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It was great seeing you all.
So
Okay, moving on, we do have the next proclamation, which is to proclaim May 6th through the 10th as Economic Development Week here in Doña County. Commission, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Okay. Today we are celebrating the Economic Development Week, which is from the 6th to the 10th, which recognizes the contributions made by professional economic developers to create more economically vibrant cities and communities. We take a regional approach to economic development here in Doña, and we have many, many partners that we can recognize. Some of which are listed in the proclamation that Mr. Lopez will be reading, but it takes many organizations and talented people working together to bring good paying jobs and investment to our community. Among many others, the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance, or MVEDA, plays a vital role in the economic landscape of Doña County in southern New Mexico. They promote economic growth among existing businesses and work to attract new ones that will invest and grow in our region. MVEDA manages a grant called the NM Borderplex Incentive Program, which financially assists from the New Mexico Economic Development Fund. The NM Borderplex Closing Initiative, a private sector funded economic incentive initiative in partnership with the Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico, completed its second program year in 2023. To date, the program has awarded nearly $1 million in incentive support across 12 new and expanding companies in the region, helping create 1,575 jobs. Today, we do have a lot of people here, and I would like to invite Denise, our economic development guru here at the county, who has recently become a certified economic developer for our county, which is something really, really exciting. And I do have a list of people here that I can recognize, or would you like to recognize them and bring them up?
If I can just have all the economic development heroes come on up. Thank you for all the work that you do.
Come on up, everyone.
We have the city of El Paso, we have Mavita, we have El Paso Electric, we have New Mexico Economic Development Department, Downtown Las Cruces Partnership, am I forgetting? City of Las Cruces Economic Development Department.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you, thank you. Does anyone want to say anything? Maybe from Mavita? Eric, anyone? Welcome, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Lorenzo Alva. I'm the chair of Mavita. I just want to thank the county for the collaborative efforts that we have with you, and sharing the seat at the table with you really is what makes a big difference to all of us. You are one of the major stakeholders on what we do, along with the city of Las Cruces. And of course, with our regional partners, we're able to make a big impact on what's happened economically here in our county and in our region. So thank you so much, and we hope that we can kind of take it to a different level here as we move forward, and that we're blessed to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? It's a hot mic. Come on up.
I am Susan Greenwald Cabello, the Executive Director of Downtown Las Cruces Partnership. We do the Pasimo Proxo program for the county, where we contact the small businesses in the unincorporated areas of the county. We do a brief survey and bring back the information, how they can be helped, what their needs are. Last year, we learned that most businesses were incredibly optimistic about the economic future of the county. And we hope this year that trend will continue. We really appreciate your partnership in this. Small businesses are what we do. Most of the time that we deal with micro businesses, which is a business with under 10 employees, which are, I hate to use the word lifeblood, I feel like that's been used already, but the lifeblood of our communities, especially our small communities. So thank you so much for your partnership and your enthusiasm about our project.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Lopez, if you can please read the proclamation for us.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Whereas Economic Development Week is an annual celebration from May 6th to 10th and designated by the Economic Development Week by the International Economic Development Council to recognize the contribution of economic development professionals, to highlight local initiatives that help create jobs, advance career development opportunities, and increase residents' quality of life. And whereas economic developers champion the economic prosperity and enhance the standard of living within their communities through the creation, retention, and expansion of employment opportunities, fostering growth, enriching wealth, and cultivating a diversified, stable tax base. The county takes a regional approach and works closely with many partners, including the Border Industrial Association, Bridge of Southern New Mexico, City of El Paso, City of Las Cruces, Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance, and New Mexico's Economic Development Department. And whereas the New Mexico Borderplex Closing Incentive, a private sector-funded economic incentive initiated by Mavita in partnership with the Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico, completed its second program year in 2023. To date, it has awarded close to $1 million in incentive support across 12 new and expanding companies in the region, helping create 1,575 new jobs. And whereas in 2023, the Mavita team attended 27 industry trade shows and conferences, a 33% increase over 2022, and supported the announcement of more than 900 new jobs with an average wage of $25.25, a 46% increase over the 2022 median wage in the county. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of May 6th to 10th as Economic Development Week, proudly proclaimed this 14th day of May 2024, a proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any comments? Oh, no. No comments. Okay, Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion passes. Congrats. Where are you going?
If I could have maybe 3 of the ladies up here in the front, so we can fit everybody in. If I could have you, yes. Christina?
Come on.
Your presence is being requested.
Called out double.
Right here. So if I could have.
This podium really does mess everything.
Yes, it does. I need my ladder. I didn't know we were going to have this many people. Okay, I think this will work.
Where are you going? I'm not getting on my knees.
Actually, could you go ahead and stand? Could you stand by Commissioner Chaparro? Would you mind? Yeah. Don't trip.
I'm not gonna trip. I'm 34.
Awesome. Okay. I know this is going to be right in the middle of the photo. I apologize. We can't move it. Shows taller. I didn't get it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Next up, we do have number 18, which is to proclaim National Police Week in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Okay, so we are thankful to have a wonderful sheriff, Sheriff Stewart, and her undersheriff, Tessa Beta here, which is amazing because they protect and serve the residents of Doña County. They are a dedicated force, and I just want to commend everyone, our command staff, all of our officers, our deputies, and everyone for the work that they do to keep us safe. And we should all recognize that true community safety takes all of us, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and residents. We are presenting this proclamation for National Police Week and invite all residents to join us to honor those officers who have not only dedicated themselves to protecting and serving, but have gave their lives while doing so. At this time, we are not only remembering those individuals, but the families of those who joined the force with them as well and experience the unimaginable pain and loss doing the job, and that comes with a lot. To all law enforcement officers, we salute you and thank you for your commitment to our safety and the betterment of our community. Today we have a lot of DASO here. Would anyone like to come up and say a few words? Sheriff? Anyone? Okay. With that being said, Mr. Lopez, if you can read the proclamation for us.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Whereas in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which the date falls as National Police Week. And whereas, established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. And whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States. Since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently 24,067 law enforcement officers in the United States who have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including 9 members of the Doña County Sheriff's Office. And whereas the Doña County Sheriff's Office has declared law enforcement officer safety and wellness a top priority and promotes officer safety and wellness of individual, agency, family, and community safety and wellness awareness. And whereas the members of the Doña County Sheriff's Office play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the more than 220,000 residents of the County of Doña Ana. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their Sheriff's Department, and for members of our Sheriff's Department to recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by serving with the values of integrity, professionalism, and fairness. Now, therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim May 12th through 18th, 2024, as National Police Week, proudly proclaimed this 14th day of May, 2024. A proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've always appreciate what law enforcement does, I know. And I measure you guys by a lot of standards. I think we all do. I think community does as well. And in my opinion, our law enforcement organization and the Sheriff's Department exceeds almost every measure that we put you guys up against. And I know that that doesn't happen with one person. It happens with the whole team. And I think you all take your responsibilities and your opportunities seriously. And when I speak to you, when I work with you, and I talk to the community, I know that you're interested in doing the job that is best for everyone. You're not doing it for personal reasons. You're doing it because you're trying to make the community a better, safer place for your families as well. And I don't know that everyone really realizes how much that means to you and how dedicated you are to providing that safe community for everyone. And so I want to thank you because it's not often that anyone ever understands what you really go through. And it does take everyone working together to make it work well. So thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Sheriff, and many thanks to you and your department. I work with a lot of your deputies on a daily basis, and I see them in court and everywhere, and they do a fine job. So thanks to the deputies that protect us, not only on the streets, but in court and here. Again, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know, Sheriff, and to all the team members of DASO, I know it's definitely right now a challenging time to be in law enforcement, and we thank you for your service to the community. And it's, you know, I think as the other commissioners have noted, you all play and do so many things in our community, not just in your roles within DASO, but outside. And so, you know, I think we just talked the Safe Routes to School, and you all are always supporting that. You all are always supporting things in the community because this is your community, as Commissioner Reynolds noted. So thank you for your dedication to Doña Ana County. Thank you to this community, and thank you for getting out and doing the things that you do each and every day. We really appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Brandy, roll call us.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you for everything, guys. Thank you.
on up. Everybody, please.
Please come up. You won't be seen in the crowd. Trust me. Just come on up.
The support staff, I want to come in? Okay.
Perfect.
Sliding right into the dead before.
Close your eyes.
Okay, Commissioner Reynolds, left or right? Perfect.
Did you? Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, moving on, we do have public input. If anybody from the public would like to address the commission, we ask that you please come up, sign the book to your left, and address the commission. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Jim Hurst. Going to read from the New Mexico Constitution, Article 2, Section 11. Every man shall be free to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience, and no person shall ever be molested or denied any civil or political right or privilege on account of his religious opinion or mode of religious worship. No person shall be required to attend any place of worship or support any religious sect or denomination. Nor shall any preference be given by law to any religious denomination or mode of worship." End quote. It appears to me that the 2024 National Day of Prayer Declaration expressed a preference for the Tortugas' spiritual heritage in particular and universalism in general. Some believe their faith is the only true faith and that other religions are deceptions. Others embrace no religion at all. The County Commission told us, the citizens of Doña Ana County, that we should celebrate all diverse religious beliefs and practices of all residents of our county. That statement is patently ridiculous. Many religious beliefs are contradictory. Many religious beliefs in this county have no appeal to reason and are quite toxic. I recognize the right of every individual to hold their beliefs, but I don't celebrate beliefs that I find absurd and that you commissioners have no right to ask me to. You have no more right to ask me to believe and celebrate than you do to tell me to reject and condemn any idea concerning religion. So says the New Mexico Constitution. You have no right to select a religion for special honors, even on National Day of Prayer. In doing so, you only succeeded in offending those who you did not honor. Nor did you have a right, according to the New Mexico Constitution, to include religious rituals as part of these proceedings, even if you did call for a recess. What you have done, what do you have in store for us next year? Will you have a priest say Mass? Will you have Hare Krishna chant and dance? Will you have bringing in carpets and kneel towards Mecca and pray with our butts in the air? What's so difficult about this? There need not be any controversy about religion in this body because you have no obligation to any religious authority, scripture, or doctrine. Your obligation is to the Constitution, which instructs you to butt out of religion. So with all due respects, commissioners, please end the promotion of religion and the inclusion of religious rituals as part of these proceedings. Please refrain from making any religious declarations. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Beath. I commend Jim because he doesn't just attack one side. He is full out on being against religion. However, I have some very bad news for him. The Supreme Court for nearly 4 decades used the 3-pronged Lemon test to evaluate whether a law or a government activity violated the Establishment Clause that is underlined of the First Amendment. However, by 2022, the court had largely abandoned the test as a way to measure compliance with the First Amendment's prohibition on government establishment of religion. In 2022, Kennedy versus Bremerton, a case involving a high school football coaches group post-game prayers, the authoritating Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch, ruled instead that Establishment Clause must be interpreted by reference to historical practices and understandings. So for almost 200 years, we prayed in schools, we prayed when we came together, we had the 10 Commandments posted in our schools, we had the 10 Commandments posted in our government buildings. So this ruling, by history, is going to make it in Louisiana, as I understand, has either already done it or is in the process of putting the 10 Commandments back into the schools. So things are coming back to the way they should be, as far as I see it. I know that Jim doesn't. Another thing that I would like to bring up is that what happened on the campus of New Mexico State University, half the people that were there at those protests were students, half the people were not. And I don't know where they came from. I will say this, I have been to Israel, and those people are ignorant because they don't know anything about Israel. They're gullible because they're believing somebody else. There's a guy, and I don't know how to pronounce his name, something Salib. He is the son of a Hamas leader, general, whatever. And he says, I love my dad when he's in the house, but as soon as he leaves the house, he's an animal. And Salib has said, every single Hamas person should die, that Israel is a great country that has cared for people, his people, but his own people try and kill them and put them in the way of terror. Thank you.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. Just real short today. National Day of Prayer is not an establishment of religion, as according to the state. There is no approbation against those who do or do not participate in those. I've already made my opinions of the proclamation, but beyond that, it is honorable to honor those that are worthy of it. And the Pueblo Indians, or the Pueblo, were definitely worthy of an honor on that day. And I think that covers it. I thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, thank you for coming up. Any staff comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have some staff input, and I'm going to turn it over to Assistant County Manager Jonathan Macias.
just wait for the control room to bring up the brief presentation. Billy, if you would. Where's your award? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's not quite it. But I did want to acknowledge that Bill, as well as, and forgive me for the record, I'm Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager over Operations, which includes oversight of the Jetport Airport. So let's see, you've got it, Billy, that's it, staff input, the PDF. So just last week, Bill and his colleague Jody Young were in Rio Doso, where they were awarded the Airport of the Year. Among other things, it acknowledged the fact that they are actively addressing the waiting list for the T-hangars. We are doing that in coordination with the public-private partnership, as well as expanding the runway, which y'all had heard at length, and then also being able to serve on average 35,000 operations annually. The Jetport is also home to a flight school, as well as a multitude of aircraft. Jody and Bill are quick to remind me that we are one of the few airports in the region that allow us to maintain accessibility for aviation, whether it is experimental aircraft or whether it is even the G5 and the G6 that some of our community members keep there. We make it accessible for everybody. The other thing is that we do not do this alone. We do this in partnership. In the past, you may have noticed that perhaps we had operated more in silos, but now Jody and Bill are much better about coordinating with the New Mexico Department of Transportation Aviation's department, as well as working closely with Bohannon Houston, who helps us with our expansion. So shout out to Elaine and to Dumas to also help. So Bill, if you want to just share your award, and hopefully this is the start of many. So big round of applause for Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any other staff input?
That is all for this morning.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving on to county elected officials input. Welcome, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commission Amanda Lopez-Askin, Doña County Clerk. I wanted to share the great news that hopefully you all have received at this point, a notification of a save the date for the groundbreaking of our election warehouse. This is an endeavor that has been in the work for nearly 3 years, and with your support and the support of the legislature, we are thrilled to be able to offer that next Thursday, May 23rd at 10 a.m. I wanted to offer a thank you as well to Robert Herrera and his team. You know, when he first got here, when he was first hired, we sat down and he talked about this project extensively, and everything that he said he would do, he has done. And that really has led to us having our groundbreaking next week. So thank you to, again, all the efforts. I know there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that I don't know about, so I'm greatly appreciative, and I hope you all can attend. Additionally, just to remind everyone, there is currently an election. It is a primary election, which is a nomination process for the upcoming fall election. And I would encourage each of you to head down the hallway to vote. And just a reminder, June 4th is actually Election Day. If you have any questions or need any more information about the elections, you can always head to dacelections.com or nmvote.org, which offers a voter portal and is based on the Secretary of State's website. And always feel free to connect with any of our staff or myself. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other elected official comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to commission input. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sanchez, of course.
Thank you. I did want to say thank you to Mr. Lopez and also the staff. I know there's been a couple of appointments that we're looking at for some boards. One that we're looking at, one is going to be for CRUA. The second is for the ASCMV. I did want to make a request if from the Commissioner, Mr. Lopez, if at all possible. I'd like to see if we might be able to establish an SOP that might set a process, a standard process for us to have to follow in the future for any type of nominations where we're going to be nominating those in the public for a specific board, just so that way, I think it'll be clear, hopefully, to the BOCC as well as the staff of what the process will be, how we'll follow it, and then, having some ability to have some leeway when we're working with a joint partner like we do on these two boards with CRUA and the ASCMV with the City of Las Cruces. So, but like I said, I just wanted to make that request if possible and see if we might be able to, again, just have that standard process in the future so that we're not ever waiting on the commission input. We have a process that we can follow. So, but that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other commissioner input? Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, good morning. I'd just like to announce that there will be a illegal or dumping event, a cleanup at the Oregon Mountain Community Center on May the 25th, 5880 2nd Street, Oregon, New Mexico, from 8 to 12. The public is allowed 1 truckload of tires per resident, no semi-truck tires, no tractor tires, no tractors with tractors with tires, no ash or oil. Quería anunciar la limpieza comunitaria, la cual va a estar ubicada en el Centro Comunitario de Oregon el 25 de mayo de este año, de las 8 a las 12, una caja de troca cargada de llantas por residente, pero no se permiten llantas de semi-tractores, ni llantas de tractores, ni remolques con llantas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commission input? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I'm going to make a couple of announcements. The Border Industrial Association is having their luncheon this Friday at noon. There's also going to be a prom Saturday that I'm attending. I don't know if any of you are. But there's the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks Monument is celebrating 10 years. And they're doing it with a prom Saturday evening. So that's coming up. Let's see. There's also some awards going to be at the Chaparral High School. And scholarships are going to be given out on the 22nd. I'll be attending that event down there. There's a meeting tonight in Chaparral, which I'm not going to attend, but I'm actually going to be attending virtually. To talk about safety in Chaparral. They're concerned that they're trying to figure out exactly why it appears that the area is not as safe as it used to be. So we're going to have that discussion with the residents this evening. And don't forget that the Army birthday party is going to happen on June the 12th, or June the 12th, I think it is, or June 8th. That's coming up right around the corner. It's the 250th anniversary or birthday of the Army. And so I'm looking forward to attending that again, as usual. There's a bunch more, but I won't go over them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other commission input? Seeing none, we will move on to presentations. We do have two. Number 19 is a status update for Workday ERP implementation. And anyone? Jeff here? Okay.
Kent, are you going to present that one? Mr. Chair, if I can recommend maybe that we go ahead and move on to the next presentation and then come back to this one right after.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see an issue with that. We can move on to number 20, which is the annual valuation maintenance report by our county assessor. Welcome, Ms. Montoya Ortega.
So good morning, Chair Sheldon Hernandez, Commissioners Sanchez, Reynolds, Chaparro, and Murillo, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Data Analyst Coordinator IT in our office, Adrian Acosta, and Ms. Tanja Hazen, Chief Appraiser. I am here to do the presentation that is required by Property Tax Division. Property Tax Division is the department that does oversee all the assessors of New Mexico. So the 2024 Annual Report Property Evaluation and Maintenance Plan is what we will be presenting. On the first slide, you will see the assessor's mission statement. The assessor's office is committed to providing a well-managed office that will serve the public and business community with expert and qualified staff. The next slide you will see the state statute that actually does show the responsibility of county assessors to determine and maintain current and correct values of property. The next slide you will see the preface. The property valuation and maintenance plan is prepared in accordance with State Statute 7-36-16E, NMSA 1978. To aid the Board of County Commissioners in determining whether a county assessor is operating an efficient program of property valuation maintenance and aid in determining the amount to be allocated to her for this function, herein called the Valuation Maintenance Program, and 7-38-38.1D NMSA 1978. Expenditures from the County Property Valuation Fund shall be made pursuant to a property valuation program presented by the county assessor and approved by the majority of the county commissioners, herein called the inspection/appraisal program. The report sets forth new improvement values added to the valuation records due to new construction, addition to buildings, remodels, and any deletion of properties that contain the relationship of sale prices of properties sold to the values of the same properties determined by the assessor for tax assessment purposes. The New Mexico Department of Finance Administration, in accordance with State Statute 7-36-16D, NMSA 1978, shall not approve the operating budget of any county in which there is not an adequate allocation of funds to the county assessor for the purpose of fulfilling her responsibilities for property valuation maintenance under this section. If the Department of Finance and Administration questions the adequacy of any allocation of funds for this purpose, it shall consult with the department, the Board of County Commissioners, and the county assessor in making its determination of adequacy. As per state statutory requirements, it is a responsibility of the assessor's office to conduct property reappraisals every 4 years to ensure accurate and fair property valuation for tax purposes. Unfortunately, we have been unable to fulfill this duty due to financial constraints stemming from the misuse of the assessor's 1% fund. Historically, the 1% fund, which is intended to finance reappraisal activities, has been diverted to supplement the general fund of the assessor's office. This diversion of funds has depleted the resources that are crucial for conducting the mandated reappraisals. The last reappraisal conducted by Doña County's assessor's office was in 2008, which obviously shows that we are in great, we have not followed the state statute of every 2 to 4 years. Recognizing the importance of rectifying this issue, we are taking corrective measures. Starting this year, we plan to strictly allocate all operating expenses to the assessor's general fund, ensuring that the 1% fund is preserved for its original purpose. However, due to the prolonged period of noncompliance, we require additional resources to undertake a door-to-door reappraisal project. Therefore, we are formally requesting an allocation of $4 million from the county general fund to aid with the reappraisal process, in addition to the budgeting that we had met with finance. This funding will enable us to meet our statutory obligations and to ensure that property assessments are being brought up to date, reflecting current market values and ensuring fairness and equity in our tax system. The next slides you will actually see the budget form that we have that actually shows our county assessor's 1% fee, showing that this is where we would require an additional $4 million. The next slide, you will see where we had allocated where the general fund should have the money in the general fund. The next slide actually shows our assessor's office FY24 organizational chart. The following slide actually shows our 2024 employee count by department. This was recent up until last Friday. I actually had 2 people that left our office, so this does not include those changes in our office. As you will see, the next 2 slides are the property tax code calendar. These are the calendar dates issued by property tax division and state legislation that shows what our deadlines are on the calendar for the assessor's office. On the next slide, you will see our current versus prior year increases or decreases. As of 2024, you can see that Doña County is at approximately 7.5%. The next slide, you will see our customer service program components. Our customer service department is basically our front office. They dealing with customers, ensuring that they provide them information on head of family exemptions, veteran exemptions, disabled veteran exemptions, limit on increases to valuation of residential property, and limited on increases for value of single-family dwellings occupied by low-income owners 65 years or older. As of 2023, the Doña County's assessor's office has 28,149 head of family exemptions, 7,310 veteran exemptions, 1,385 fully disabled veteran exemptions, and 1,410 low-income valuation frees. The next slide, you will see our sales ratio study. In a sales ratio study, appraised values are compared to true market value indicators, sales prices, the price-related differential, PRD. A PRD between 98% and 103 shows that the low and high value sale prices are equally appraised. The overall PRD for Doña County is 100.5%, indicating that appraised values for Doña County are equally appraised. The coefficient dispersion, COD, is the most common measure of uniformity in sales ratio studies. COD measures the dispersion of ratios around the median ratio. It indicates how tightly the ratios are clustered around the median ratio. Doña County's median ratio is 99.4%. A median between 90% and 110% is within IAAO standards. The Office of the Doña County Assessor has begun to undertake projects which will assist with the calibration of models within our computer-assisted mass appraisal system, also known as our CAMA system. These projects and collaborations are ongoing and will ensure clean and accurate data to assist with a goal of fair and equitable assessments for residents of Doña County. The next slide, you will see the key functions of the assessor's office. Currently, the assessor's office has 96,227 parcels of real property, 17,755 mobile homes, 12,486 personal property accounts, and 560 livestock accounts. The next slide, you will see our funding sources should be our general fund and our 1% reappraisal fund. The 1% reappraisal fund is the fund that every year the revenue that is collected from the taxes, the assessor's office is given 1% of that fund towards its fund. The next slide, you will see our taxable valuation comparison charts. You will see comparison 20 to 21. You will see a year 2021 to 2022. You will see a year 2022 to 2023. And you will see year 2023 to 2024 showing the Doña County is approximately almost 7%. The next slide, you will see Doña County taxable valuation history. This does include centrally assessed, state-assessed accounts such as railroads and cell towers. The next slide, you will see the new value added to the tax roll. As you will notice, 2023 is a little higher than 2024. due to the fact that the correction of the incorrect processes that the assessor's office has had over the years. The slide that you will now see is the estimated 2024 property tax revenues. Doña County is expected to collect approximately $60 million in revenue. On this next slide, you'll see Property Tax Division 2023 evaluation deficiencies. Every year, the assessor's office, as well as all the assessor's offices around the state of New Mexico, are evaluated by Property Tax Division. When they do these evaluations, they will find deficiencies, or they hopefully do not find deficiencies. Last year is my first year as an assessor, being three months into the office. I was given an evaluation. The assessor's office was found deficient. The assessor's office should, and was told, the assessor's office should review the 1% county property valuation fund to only ensure that expenditures pursuant to a property valuation program are used from this account. State Statute 7-38-38-1D NMSA. The general operating account should be used for general operating expenses. The assessor must be properly funded to ensure current and correct valuations are maintained and countrywide reappraisals can be completed within IAAO standards. We are planning a reappraisal plan with Tyler Technologies. We are hoping to begin this reappraisal plan, or we are planning to begin this reappraisal plan in the fall of this year, fiscal year 2025. Attached, you will see a Tyler Technologies reappraisal plan from Fairfield County, Ohio. Doña County is also interested in implementing the Tyler Technologies reappraisal plan that is attached for Fairfield County, Ohio, for Doña County for our reappraisal efforts. By condensing this project into a 24-month period, normally a reappraisal project takes 4 to 5 years. The assessor's office is also interested in hiring Tax Management Associates Incorporated, business personal property audit services to secure unreported revenue. Out of approximately 13,000 personal property accounts, only 3,600 had value. The remaining 94 are possibly not reporting. The assessor's office is also interested in repurchasing Changefinder to aid in our reappraisal project. As a technical approach, we would require this service to be reinstituted. This program was being used by the assessor's office. Unfortunately, the last 4 years, they chose not to continue with that service. But this is a service that we would need to do the reappraisal project. Attached in the next slide, you will see a quote from EagleView. This is the company that actually does our flyovers every 2 years to give us the footprints of what parcels are located throughout the county. Being that this quote exceeds the $100,000 limit, once a contract is finalized, it would require the BOCC's approval. The next slide, you can see the coverage of Doña County by EagleView when they do the flyovers. The next several pages, you will actually see the actual contract, or the reappraisal plan, I'm sorry, for Fairfield, Ohio, which Doña County is interested in implementing. As I said, the project would take 24 months versus the average 4 to 5 years, unfortunately at a cost of an additional $4 million. It is planning to implement this fall, 2024, fiscal budget year 2025. And that concludes our presentation. This is a presentation that is required. I know a lot of you had looks on your faces, kind of like, what is she talking about? This is something that is required by PTD every year, and I'm not sure if you all have seen this or heard this before. So this is something that is required by the assessor's office every year, and you will see me next year presenting the new presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I remember when we were talking about remodeling the front office, the front part of the assessor's office, and putting up the glass so that we protect people from COVID. And they were talking about using the 1% fund in order to in order to do the remodeling. And it was at that time that I looked at the state statute for what the 1% fund was actually authorized to be used for, and it wasn't that. And so they decided, under the previous assessor, to actually use funds out of the general funds in order to do that remodeling. At the same time, I also looked at the other uses that the 1% fund was allowed to be used for, and specifically, it's dedicated to providing excess revenue and funds in order to temporarily hire people to update the assessments of the property on a every so often basis, okay? However, I also have an email I was trying to find from Fernando and documents of our reports for payroll that show that we've been funding full-time positions at the assessor's office since 2012 to the tune of somewhere between 8 and 16 positions with that money, which I don't believe is I think it's against the Constitution or the state statute. And I've pointed it out to Mr. Macias and a couple other people. I also wrote a letter to the Attorney General about it to try to get their opinion, which I haven't received a word back on it yet. And I still believe the money has been misappropriated for over 8 years, or maybe 10 years. So I agree with the assessor's assessment of what's going on here, and I think that this board should seriously consider finding some extra money in order to make sure that she can meet the requirements of her state statutes in order to do her job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other commission comment?
Mr. Chairman.
Of course.
Let me just, there's a few things I think we need to touch on. I know this is presentations. We're not going to make a decision. I think, number one, well, I'll start with what Commissioner Reynolds is saying and what the assessor has said. Well, I'm not the one to make the determination if we've been a violation of the 1% assessor's fund. I find it interesting that our legal department, you say the Attorney General, nobody, including our audits, and I'm not saying, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know why or how we can say all of a sudden that there's an issue now. And I'm not saying there isn't. It's just there's a lot of accusations here. You throw around the word misappropriation. I haven't seen an investigation done. I would wait to see a result of that. Some of my weird looks was we just went through our budgeting for our preliminary budget. But yet you never raised this concern. In fact, you came and your office came and indicated that you were going to maintain a flat budget. Is this something that just came up now, that now you're asking for $4 million? Because I don't understand.
Commissioner Sanchez, in the conversations that I've had with Lucio and Finance, I actually had the conversation with Mr. Macias, actually pretty much 3 months into the job. I was concerned, and I did talk to them about this. Being that when you're a newly elected official, you're not sure exactly what you can do and what you can't do, but since day one, since I came in, and I have the emails to prove that I have had that conversation. And it was just like, well, that's not, the way that it's supposed to be done. I've reached out to the other assessors' offices throughout the state of New Mexico, the affiliate, and we're the only one that does not have that 1% fund. So I will be looking forward to providing that information further for you. As Commissioner Reynolds said that he has reached out to the state auditor. I have reached out to DFA, I have reached out to PTD, and I too have reached out to the state auditor. Because I would like this to be corrected.
I don't know, and like I said, I'm open to it, but I think when, coming forward and saying you're making claims of misappropriations without, I haven't seen anything here that indicates a result or an investigation that is showing a misappropriation. So if there's a concern about it, I can accept that. And I would ask, that even, that we are a part of that, because absolutely, if there's an issue that we need to correct, I'm on board with that. But I think it's just all of us, when we have this presentation, it was delayed, and then it's very shocking to hear these accusations. And I guess I would question too, why the need for $4 million to take a 4 to 5 year process to go to 24 months? Like I said, there's a lot here to unpack. I know we're not deciding what to do. I just have concerns that this is the forum that was chosen to raise it, rather than bringing that concern up a lot sooner. And I know you say within a few months, but it's been almost a year and a half that you've been in office, and this is the first time. I don't know if any other commissioner has heard this, but I don't know why the concern was not raised, or even, brought to the previous, to previous chairperson Chaparro, or now to Chairman Shaljo Hernandez. Again, I'm not saying that's nothing, that there's not there. I would just request that we have an investigation, an audit of some sort to indicate whether or not this has been a violation, because every time we've had a financial audit, this has never been raised as an issue before. And it's, I said, when we have accusations, I would like to have some backup of data for that.
Like I said, I would be more than happy to provide you the emails that I did provide to finance when I did start over a year ago. I will be more than happy to provide those.
But I understand, and the emails, that's a good start, but I think the question is there proof that we have violated that? Is there a determination? And I don't know, Mr. Gooden, on the end, are you aware of us violating the 1%?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this has been a debate for a long time. And what does the statute say? What does it mean? The statute says, and I will quote it, because there keeps being reference to a reappraisal program or reappraisal plan. Reappraisal is what keeps being thrown out for the idea that it is something new, that we're doing it anew. The statute states 7-38-38.1, expenditures from the County Property Valuation Fund shall be made pursuant to a property valuation program. It does not say reevaluation program. It says a property valuation program presented by the county assessor and approved by the majority of the county commissioners. In my view, the area where the deficiency has been is the assessors, whether it's this assessor, the one before her, or the one before that one, providing this property valuation program to the board for approval. But it is an ongoing, the way I read it, it's an ongoing property valuation program. It's not necessarily only using it to reevaluate, but it's an ongoing property valuation program. And based upon that, I think it can be used for more than just coming in saying, okay, we're going to hire all these people to reevaluate everything that already exists. I've had this discussion with the assessor. I've had this discussion with the prior assessor. I've had this discussion with Commissioner Reynolds, and nobody wants to, one of the things, my opinions are only as good as the person that's receiving them wants to hear. And so if you like what I'm saying, I'm the smartest attorney there ever was. If you don't like what I'm saying, I'm the dumbest attorney that there ever was. And so I don't know, this one I guess I must not be very smart, because nobody wants to hear my opinion on it. And it is my opinion, it is one person's opinion. Different people are going to have different opinions, and until we get to the Supreme Court of the state of New Mexico as to what this particularly says, it's going to be an attorney's opinion, the attorney general's opinion, the auditor's opinion. That's whose it's going to be. This is the opinion I've given for now almost 9 years as to how I thought this was stated. Nobody has, and DFA has given different opinions over the years on how this is. Lucio has emails from DFA saying disregard our prior email because it was not appropriate that was done at that time. So there's my view of it. You ask me, and I'm just going to answer it the way I see it, because you can then take it for what it's. I can either be the smartest attorney in the room or I can be the dumbest attorney in the room. You make the decision.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. I understand. And like I said, Madam Assessor, like I said, if there is a concern, I would welcome that. And then, if you feel like this is something that has been raised, then, raise the concern. But, like I said, I don't want to jump the gun and say there's something wrong, especially in a public meeting where you're saying there's something wrong, but I don't know that we have any proof to say, okay, here's an indication where we violated things. I'm not saying I want, I'm discouraging that or by any means. I just want to make sure that before we start saying that there was a misappropriation, we have proof of a misappropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanchez, as Mr. Gooden did say, that it is up to the assessor to bring this to the attention, and that's what I'm doing today. I'm required by PTD to do this presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
In one of my conversations with the state auditor, he did say that the audit that we get on a yearly basis is a cursory audit that does not include something to the depth that we need for the assessor's office. He also said that if we felt like there may be some concern about how the money has been allocated, that, as to Commissioner Sanchez's point, then we should request an external audit separate from the audit that we have every year in order just to address the assessor's budget. And that's something this board has to decide. It's not something anybody is just going to jump up and say, yes, let's do an audit. And but he did say that an audit to find out what the actual facts are is in order if this board chooses to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So Commissioner Reynolds, you said that you submitted this to the Attorney General's office. Have you gotten a response?
I have not gotten a response from the Attorney General's office, but after sending it to the state auditor's office, I did sit down and have a couple of conversations with him about it. And his recommendation was to have a separate audit done for this department.
So, Mr. Gooden, is there a way that we can talk to NM counties and have them weigh in on this at some point?
Mr. Chair, you can ask NM counties to weigh in, whatever. One of the things that you're going to find is you can't even get, NM counties is going to then defer it to the, most likely to the assessor's affiliate. And you're going to have about 33 different opinions coming out of the assessor's affiliates as to what this means. Some of them will say, I want my money. It can only be used for one thing because that's how it fits my office. Others maybe have a different opinion on it. I don't know what NM counties would do when you make this request to them. And I would also point out that every budget, going back all these years, was approved by this body. Maybe not these individuals, but it was approved by this body, with it coming in saying, this is how this assessor's office is going to be funded. This much from general fund, this much coming from the 1% fund as it's referred to. And it's been approved by this body, by the Board of County Commissioners, sometimes by unanimous vote, sometimes by not unanimous vote. So, you know, it is this body that approved it. It is not the financial department. It was not the county manager. It was not the legal department. This body approved those budgets.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I agree with him on that, by the way, 100%. This body has approved all of this.
Okay. Thank you. Any other commission comment? Seeing none, thank you. Madam
Thank you.
Assessor. Okay, we're going to backtrack to number 19, which is the status of Workday ERP implementation. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Hernandez, Shaljo Hernandez, sorry. First of all, I want to apologize. I got called into a data conversion meeting and lost track of time. So when the board approved this project in last January, they requested status update every 3 months. So this is the last status update I will be giving you before we go live. So 5 weeks from now, or 5 weeks from 2 days ago, we will be going live with Workday. So where are we with it right now? So we have just completed parallel testing, and we are in the deploy stage, which is essentially preparing ourselves to go live with the software. That's going to happen, like I said, on June 16th. And then our contractor that is helping us with the implementation will be staying on post-production for a little over a month to deal with any issues that may come up. So parallel testing, what was that? It started on April 1st. It's really about testing payroll, one of the most complex single processes within the organization or within any organization. We load and run data from a previous payroll that has already been run in our current system, and then we match left to right, see how close everything comes up. There are a lot of parts of the system that feed into this and have a huge impact on the outcome of payroll. Compensation, benefits, time tracking, absence, et cetera. The goal of parallel testing in a Workday implementation is to achieve 99% accuracy. So the two payrolls that we tested were the first two payrolls in January. I don't have it on this copy of the slide, but the first payroll, we achieved 99.68% accuracy. And the second payroll, we achieved 99.98% accuracy. So that's a very small amount out of a very large payroll. The reason that we're not looking for 100% accuracy is there are slight differences in how the new system is configured compared to the old system. Probably one of the most noticeable ones is our current system rounds to the 10th of an hour. So every 6 minutes. If I punch in at 8:04, that's going to round to 8:06. If I punch in at 8:02, that's going to round back to 8 o'clock. The new system is rounding at a much finer level, so there's going to be a few dollars, few cents here and there that vary, but ultimately the accuracy of our payroll was actually quite good. And in a few places we found slight configuration errors in our existing system, and so that in many ways the accuracy was better than our current system. So with parallel done, we move into deploy. That's going to last from yesterday until the 15th of June, which is a Saturday. Sunday is the actual go live. So the process for deploy is essentially building the final production system. We start with a freeze on the data so that we know exactly which data we've copied over and what we haven't. That freeze happened on April 24th. We got the export from that frozen data to the various teams on the project to verify and validate the data. That was completed on 4/26. On May 3rd, we got most of the data to Cognizant. We had a few small delays. At this point, they have all the data with the exception of a few small things that are not time critical at this point. Cognizant takes a little bit of time to review it, and then they start loading that data into the tenant, and that's going to be happening for the next few weeks. June 6th, we will have a meeting with the Cognizant leadership and the county leadership to make a final decision, go or no go. I have every expectation it's going to be go. However, we do need to take a full look at everything that's been set up. Are we comfortable? Are there gaps? And we need to make a final decision based on that, whether we're ready to go live. So like I said, that's going to happen June 6th. June 10th, which is the week prior to go live, we will be, we will finally have access to that tenant. We won't have access to it prior because they're busy building it and configuring it for us. But for that week prior to go live, all of the teams in the project will be doing catch-up transactions, which is essentially any transaction that they've entered into our current system after that data freeze point. We need to make sure that we get all the way up to basically the go live date. And then of course the go live date is 6/16. I don't have another slide, but what I can also tell you, I didn't put on the slide, but I should have, is that we are very deep into getting prepared for training, because that is going to be a huge cog in this wheel of success, for lack of a better term. If we don't get everybody trained and comfortable in the new system, June 16th is going to be a very bumpy day, and probably the rest of the month will be pretty rocky. However, so we're going to have 2 weeks prior to go live. We're going to have this room booked every time that you're not in here. And we're going to be doing training in here. We're going to make it available to staff that don't work in this building, so they can join over Teams and view it from their offices somewhere else in the county. We have planned about 13 different classes, but some of those classes are going to be run 10 times, and some of them 3 times and 2 times, and so on and so forth. So that is, like I said, that's a huge part of this success of this project. I know I've heard from a lot of people, when are we getting training? So I just wanted to make that very clear. There's going to be a lot of training coming up very soon, so that everybody's going to be able to, slip in relatively easily, hopefully. So that's, I know I talk a little fast sometimes. That's the extent of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions? I do have one. How is implementation going with all the other departments, especially for the sheriff's department, because I know that their payroll is quite different.
It's actually fire's payroll, which is the most complex, but sheriff is also.
Oh, geez, it's all fire's fault. But how is that going? Are we having any hiccups? Are we still on track? Or
If you had asked me 4 months ago, payroll would have been my biggest fear in the project. It was the most complex. It had the most unusual rules. We were really jumping through hoops to figure things out. After the completion of parallel testing, I'm actually more confident in the payroll process than I am in a lot of the other processes, because of the depth of the testing that was done. I feel very confident that the sheriff's timekeeping will work with it, that fire's timekeeping, which, as you may know, works on a 28-day schedule rather than a 14, at least for accruals and things like that. It's very complex, and the accuracy that we achieved was nothing short of kind of amazing, to be honest. So I'm very confident with our payroll process in the system.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, is there anything that we, this board, can do to help to alleviate some of your concerns? Other than change the go live date or trash the whole thing? I mean, what is there anything that this board can do to help you be better?
Well, I would never ask you to go back, 18 months and start over.
Of course not.
No, actually, I feel really pretty good about things. I mean, there's going to be, anything this large is going to have some bumps when we go live. Right now, I think the biggest thing the board can give is their support, which I think we already have and we have had, but we're going to be doing a lot more outreach in the next few weeks to all of the county staff, many of whom probably, if they know about this project, have only heard it, third hand. So I'm really looking forward to getting to those trainings, because we've got to figure out a way to train 950 or so people in a 2-week period, which is going to be big and complex, but making sure that people understand the project, they understand the value of the project, why we're doing this. That's really the kind of support that I need. I don't need additional staff or additional funds or anything like that, as far as I know.
Chair, Commissioners, Kent English, IT Director. When you talk about support, I just wanted to mention that in an upcoming agenda, we will be asking for some additional funds for post-production support, so that we have that. Our current contractor is going to provide 1 month, but we're looking that we're going to need more time than that. So in a future agenda coming up soon, we'll be asking for some additional funding to help us with that.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions? When's our Achieve It Go Live date? June?
June 16th, which is a Sunday, is going to be the go-live date. And the reason is because that's when the payroll starts. And that is the first.
Achieve It.
Yeah. he said-
Sorry,
Oh,
wrong
Achieve It.
thing.
Sorry.
I was like, I got Ken in the hot seat, I'll ask.
Achieve It is actually live now. There are updates being made. I did have to change the permissions because some of the commissioners, you couldn't see any of the tasks or anything out there, which you should be able to see now. I'm working on a dashboard to kind of give you an overview where you can see kind of a bird's eye level of where everything is at. And so that's still in the works. But yeah, it is live and the departments have already started making updates. I personally am behind on that, but that I'll get that rectified this week.
Okay, cool, thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions? No? Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate the work on this. Okay. Moving on, we do have approval of the minutes from the April 23rd meeting. Commissioners?
I move we approve the minutes.
I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any comments, questions, concerns, or corrections, commissioners? Seeing as there is none, Brandy, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes. Okay, minutes are approved. Moving on, we do have a few approval items. The first up is item number 22nd, which is approval to allocate $200,000 from reserves to cover the initial design for a regional emergency vehicle operations course and authorization to work with BLM to purchase the transfer of approximately 36 acres adjacent to the current fairgrounds and Dasso firearms training facility. And it looks like we have our undersheriff here today. Welcome, Ms. Abeta.
Good morning, Chair Sheljo Hernandez, Vice Chair, if you're still on, and County Commissioners, and our new interim manager. I am Tessa Abeta, Undersheriff for Dasso, for the record, and I am here to talk about this approval to allocate $200,000 from our reserves. First, I'm sure you may be asking, what is an emergency vehicle operational course? And that is one that we need to work with training. Emergency vehicle operation is critical skill for law enforcement officers, particularly those serving in roles that require rapid responses in emergencies. We at the Sheriff's Office recognize the importance of this in ensuring that our officers are adequately trained in emergency vehicle operation to enhance public safety and officer effectiveness. The design of the Emergency Vehicle Operation Course, or EVOC for short, and the authorization to work with BLM to pursue the transfer of approximately 36 acres adjacent to the current fairgrounds, where we have our training facility located currently, will enable the Doña County Sheriff's Office to become more efficient and regionally beneficial. A background for what the truck that we're using right now is located in Arroyo Seco, and it is located outside of Deming in Luna County. This driving track is a bit dated, and it does have the potential to close as it is privately owned and operated. When this event occurs, and we do expect that to happen at some point, Dasso would have to send our officers to Santa Fe to use their driving course. This will increase the costs for the department and time out for our individuals, so they would not be on schedule. When we look at our current and future costs, it does take over $600 a day to rent out this location, and over $6,000 for the 2 weeks. Any disruptions, as mentioned, to the Arroyo Seco will require Dasso to seek out that training in northern New Mexico, increasing our further costs. And of course, logistics and personnel will have to be adjusted as well. And not just for us, but for our regional partners that also use this track. as an example, this is design, and I do thank our interim county manager for sending this over our way of what it looks like to have this type of EVOC course and a training facility located right next to it. As you can see, it's over 1.75 miles, which is the standard. The current course that we are using is 1.4 miles, so it's a little under. So it would be nice to be able to go with best practices. When we look at these types of training, we do want to make sure that we are available to have this course for other of our regional partners that would be able to use. It is something that we could potentially rent out, and it would serve all of our long-term needs. Okay. With funding, the expected cost for a project like this would be around $2 to $3 million, with something just as simple as the cost of asphalt being over $1 million just for the track itself. The project would end up in that $2 to $3 million mark. The land acquisition right next to the fairgrounds, like I said, really centralizes all of our training together and makes it really in an easier spot for us. Should there ever be an issue or an incident at the course, individuals are closer to emergency facilities as well. I do have our captain of training, Sam Ramos, with me as well here to help answer any questions that you might have. And we'll stand for those questions.
Thank you, Undersheriff. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Abeyta. How are you?
Good morning, Commissioner.
I have a question. You mentioned that the track that you're utilizing at present might close at some point.
Yes.
And so is that some point in 6 months or some point in 5 years?
Yes. Commissioner, thank you for the question. The course is operated by a private individual who is quite ill, and it is expected that once some situations change that the track will be put up for sale. And so unfortunately, I cannot give you an exact time on that.
Thank you. Second question, you mentioned partners that also use the track. Of whom do we speak?
I'll turn this over to our captain, who can explain more of individuals who use the course and who we help at the department.
Hello, can you repeat the question?
Of course. There was mention of partners whom use the track as well that are proposing to use this track that DASSA would use. Whom are the partners that are anticipating using this track, and are we going to charge them money?
Yes, ma'am. So, good morning. So, yes, basically, as of right now, going back a little bit, Arroyo Seco is the only track in southern New Mexico. So, LCPD, Luna County, Western New Mexico University, their academy, they use that same track. So, our partners would be our local here, LCPD, Anthony, NMSU, MESIA. Basically, we have the ability to be partners with our local agencies so they can use the track and it'd be a lot more efficient and effective.
And would there be a fee for our partners utilizing the track?
I personally think that that may be a beneficial item to have. I think it's something that we would want to talk with the commission and also county management on how we would like to potentially rent out this course to other partners. And as we would have a premier facility, I'm sure it would spark the interest of other agencies wanting to use our course.
Chair. So, if I may go on to the third question I had, thank you for that. So at present, our LCPD, Luna County deputies, NMSU, MESIA marshals, are they also utilizing the track in Luna County and paying the $600 as well as the Sheriff's Department here for Doña County?
That's yes. As far as how much they're charged, I do not know, but that's what we're being charged as our DASSO Academy. And with our large academy, the use of it had to be longer this academy, so that kind of increased the cost for this academy.
Well, if we are able to rent out the facility and get back some money, I think it makes sense to me.
Mr. Chair, if I can add some comments and context?
Of course.
So Commissioners, I asked the undersheriff to kind of bring this forward quicker than would otherwise be expected because they were going to put this as an ICIP item to get the planning dollars. Unfortunately, as we know, if they take a planning dollars request to the legislature and get planning dollars, we'll see the planning dollars October of 2025. By the time planning's actually done, we're well into 2026. We really missed 2 legislative sessions worth of opportunity to get the construction dollars. So it was really my recommendation we get the planning dollars underway now so that when we hit this legislative session, we can say the board recognizes the need and we're not wasting time that unfortunately may end up putting us in a position of not having a facility for a number of years.
And Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, if I may, just to add to those notes, as y'all may remember, you recently approved the ability for us to go and start our master planning efforts. It's not something that the county had previously undertaken. So of course, under the leadership of Director Herrera, he is actively working on that, which will include the ability for us to take inventory of all of our assets, as well as to see how we can best utilize them to include rental fees together with the facility condition index that is being done as well. Director, I don't know if you'd like to add anything to that.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mr. Lopez, Commissioners, Chair. So I am actively working on the master plan for the fairgrounds, and I did meet with Ms. Abetha and offered to partner with her and piggyback off of the existing master plan and include this endeavor where we can explore options like who we can partner with, who can utilize it, and just the overall growth of adding that area to the master plan. And we will also assist in the land acquisition through our property management team. And I am here to help in any way and offer my expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Any other commission comment?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
A couple of things. You know, with all the concern about safety and public safety that's going on right now, I mean, and the risk of officers, you know, not being properly trained and for emergency situations, which is lacking in most communities, I think this is necessary. I also support a couple of other things that have not been brought to this board that I think we should consider. And one of those is when we have some perpetrator who's actually injured, we have to take them to El Paso to the hospital because we have no secure facilities to hold them here in this county. And the other one is the fact that we have the only secure mental health facility in Las Vegas is something this board should be considering because these are both facilities that we could offer to the other community in the southern part of the state that's not available to anyone. And I know just for the cost that we have in El Paso to put on somebody down who's been injured in a car accident, in a chase or a shot or something like that, it costs us over about approximately $3,000 to $5,000 a week just to hold them in El Paso. And if we had a facility that had 2 or 3 or 4 beds here in the community, we could charge those out to other counties because they're going to have the same problem. And then, of course, the mental health facility, we know we don't have enough here, and Las Vegas is inadequate and understaffed and overpopulated in order to provide that service. So I support this because I know that if we're going to have the safer community that all of our constituents are requesting, both in the city and the county, then I think we have to start thinking in the future, how do we prepare for that? So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Madam Undersheriff and Captain, I'm just wondering, what's the plan? Is there a plan on, I know I heard the county manager indicate that this is going to be for ICIP, but has there been any discussion with the legislatures or legislators about potential funding? My concern is that and I understand, Mr. Lopez, where you're coming from, but I believe we haven't approved an ICIP plan for this coming year, so I feel like we're kind of jumping way ahead of this in that it's not that I don't support it, but I feel like there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered with this process. I think we identified the master plan that Mr. Herrera's working on. We haven't approved an ICIP, and I think this is a discussion item for it, but I don't know, like I said, I feel like this might be a little early for this topic.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. The ICIP process was moved up this year by a few months, actually, for the types of requests that we as different department members had to start looking in and submitting actually to the county itself. So we've already had to start looking at those processes, though it might feel a little bit early. That being said, I've done a lot of education since my time here, which has been less than 6 months, actually educating our legislators over the needs of the department, including what we look at long-range plans and how we want to be beneficial in a regional capacity. And that is something that is really stricken a chord with a lot of our legislators, and I'm continuing to do that education and having really robust conversations.
Thank you. Again, I think my hope going into this ICIP process is that we would look at changing a few things and maybe identifying some of these core projects that we have. And, like I said, it's not that I don't support this project. I feel like this is just too early on for us to be committing monies to a project that we haven't added to the ICIP list and haven't prioritized on the ICIP, especially with, with us trying to work on the process of hiring a county manager. So.
If I may, Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Sanchez, so part of this design process will identify, what this facility will look like, how much it'll actually cost. We'll have a better estimate of what the dollars are. We will have conceptual drawings, initial layout, something to visualize and see so we can start asking for those construction funds. So I don't think it's too early. I think actually we're right on time because it's going to take several months to identify all this, have our programming meetings, have our conceptual drawings, our design development, and then be able to come to the commission and say, look, this is what we would like to build. This is how much we think it's going to cost, and this is what we can put on our next ICIP, or even go up to the legislature and ask for the funding. So I think actually the timing is perfect.
Okay. But I think, like I said, we don't have any idea. Like I said, I know $2 to $3 million is the estimate, but we don't have an idea of what that's really going to cost.
We can do a square foot analysis cost, which is a high level, what's called a ROM, rough order of magnitude. But with this design money, we can fine tune that to get better within 10, 15% of an actual estimated cost. But without doing all this investigation and what we envision this to be, it's hard to tie down that number.
And maintenance costs?
I'm sorry?
Maintenance costs for facility?
Yeah, we can investigate all of that.
Let's say potentially we could purchase the Arroyo Seco facility. I know it's not in Doña County, but it's something that then, if it's potentially something we could use.
And
like I said, I feel like I said, it's like we're stuck on this idea without looking at potential options, is my question.
Yes, and part of the master plan will identify that. Is this the best option? Is purchasing the Arroyo Seco the option? We can investigate all of that with our programming sessions.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. And just to follow up, if I may, on Commissioner Sanchez's question, because that brought up a very interesting point, Commissioner. If the Arroyo Seco property is available to be purchased, and maybe having an idea of the amount of the purchase price, and maybe adding, I don't know what else you all would need, but adding a longer track or whatever is needed, that might be a good solution as well. I hadn't thought of that.
Commissioner, thank you for those comments. I think one of the challenges would be about continuing to utilize the Arroyo Seco is it is a little bit of a distance away, so it is a little bit more time out to get the training out there. The second point is that, as mentioned, if there is any sort of issues with accident safety, it is farther away from services to render aid. And when we are looking at what it looks like to have training here at FERDASO, having everything kind of put together, right, next door to us, so you have the classrooms next to the track, and everything is just combined. It really creates a better efficiency and a more ability for more training every time that we have to go out and really take the time out to go that far and everything like that. It lessens, I think, some of the ability that we have, and of course, with other people. So I think we really become a better hub here in Doña Ana County for not only us, but for our other partners.
Thank you. And just, I travel to Deming often. So the fairgrounds are what, 20 minutes away? And Deming is 55 minutes away. So I don't know how much of a difference that would make, but personally, I'd like the exploration of the purchase of Arroyo Seco if possible. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Commissioners, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of reference for what it's worth, the distance from Arroyo Seco to the hospital, the Mimbres Valley Hospital in Deming is 23 minutes, according to Google. From the fairgrounds to Memorial Medical Center, it's 22 minutes. So I think it's, the concerns around that, I think, I think because of the location of this, it's still in a location where you still have to travel quite a bit to get to medical support, so.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I want to point a couple of things out, though I am no engineer. I did do a little racing in my heyday, and the track at Arroyo Seco, just for information, is paved desert. It is not surveyed property. It was really intended to be a backyard track for the owner at the time. It is, works sufficiently, I suppose, but bear in mind, these tracks have to be surveyed so that they have the appropriate bleed off of the pavement for flooding, for water. Please, we'll take you to Arroyo Seco. It's not exactly the track of our dreams. So I just want to make it very clear that as a person who's actually gone with the cadets and had them drive me, that was probably one of the most frightening experiences of my entire life. But I have seen that track up close and personal, and I'm going to tell you it's paved desert. So just keep that in mind when we do talk about costs and so forth. That would probably be something that's ripped up and actually reimagined. But just a comment. I'm no engineer, but I've been there a few times. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Just a quick question. I see that Mo's in the audience. Have you been to that track, Mo?
Name is Mo Mobed. I'm the county engineer. Commissioner, no, I have not been to the track. I just want to address on something on ICIP, and I know you have a lot of concern with it. We are changing the way we're doing business a little bit, and we're going to bring it to you a couple of times before we submit it. July 12th is the deadline to submit it to Santa Fe, but we have planned to bring it to you a couple of times. We are meeting with individually with every department. We're collecting all the ICIP projects. And one of the things we have discovered in the ICIP plan is they would not finance any planning. So it has to be shovel-ready projects, or at least we are planning to design and construct. So this is going to help us with the project. So. But we are working, Cindy from my office and myself personally, they're dealing with it, and we are collecting all the projects from each department.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro, yes.
Thank you. And this question is for our interim county manager. If this is tabled until the next meeting, does that give us sufficient time to look into the possible purchase of the Arroyo Seco?
It would give us, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, it would give us time to certainly ask the question, but I'm not sure it would give us time to negotiate. But more importantly, it would give us time to perhaps get somebody from the county team out to Arroyo Seco, at least take some photographs and do an assessment, so we would know whether or not, as has been kind of discussed this morning, it would be a viable long-term purchase for the county, or if it would simply be acquisition of a piece of land, we would have to go back in and invest the same amount of money that we are talking about doing here.
Is it even for sale?
No, it's not.
Okay. I was like, I don't think it's for sale yet. He hasn't, because it's all contingent upon the gentleman's passing, correct? And the family will offload it. I do have to say, having it close to the fairgrounds where you all have current equipment and a facility is really appealing as we're looking at how we're going to operate in future planning of Doña County, especially since we do have law enforcement partners throughout the county, Anthony, Messia, LCPD, Hatch, that can use this facility. I think it would be a good idea to be able to put money back into the facility through revenues. So I would definitely ask that we explore that, Mr. Herrera, if we can work with DASO to explore that. But I can definitely see why this is coming forth to the board. Better understanding that we're not going to be able to, or that planning is not going to be looked at for ICIP funding. It's going to be for implementation of projects is a really good piece of the puzzle here. But I think definitely having it closer to home, close to the facilities that you all use and manage and operate is really attractive when looking at this, knowing that it's not for sale. We could always go and approach them to purchase, but it sounds like it's behind his home. No, it's not. Okay, thank you. But I don't have any other questions. Commissioners, do you?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes, I just want to point out too that we can go ahead and we could also approve this today and then still do the investigation of the other property and the possibility of buying the other property. This doesn't prevent us from considering alternate uses for the money. All this is saying is that we think we have a need and the money's available in our funds, and so we should go ahead and act now. So we do have a potential opportunity to get some ICIP money to support our project if we choose to go that way. But we're not prevented from doing other investigations either. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr.
Chapato.
Chair. I move to table this until the next meeting, which is the 28th, to further investigate other possibilities. It may not be for sale now, but there's not been an inquiry to the owner or the family of the owner. And really, a couple of weeks is not going to hurt us at all. I would rather see all options instead of just sticking to one.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. A motion by Commissioner Chapato, second by Commissioner Sanchez to table this until the May 28th meeting. Any comments? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can roll call, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
No.
Commissioner Chapato,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
No. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming in. Okay, moving on, we do have item number 23, which is approval to move to a self-insured workers' compensation plan. And we do have Mr. Maurer. Welcome. I like the all-black outfit today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Steve Maurer, Risk Manager for Doña County. We're on the final stages of what we got going on for self-insured for workers' compensation. So asking the board to approve us for Doña County to move to the self-insured fund and become self-insured on workers' compensation. The other thing that we did was on last board meeting that we had here, the commissioners, you guys agreed for us to go out and look for a TPA for a third-party administrator. I reached out to the city of Farmington. They have a third-party administrator that we can use their RFP. They're using a company called Cannon Cochran Management Services Incorporated, which is called CCMSI. They've been pretty happy with them. They have their contract with them up until 2029, I think is when their contract expires for their RFP. So they gave us permission that we could actually use their contract. In the audience, I do have Mike Perez. If you have any questions about the RFP or anything that we got going on with that, he can help us work with that. Also, we're looking at the board to give a permission for the county manager to have signing authority, not to exceed over $500,000 for the contract for CCMSI. Also, in this thing, we want to make sure the commissioners delegate the signing authority to the county manager to conduct and relate documents, including but not limited to the amendments, changes, change orders, or renewals of anything. And then also, our broker for Doña County USI stated that we should probably have $250,000 set in reserves for this process also. So other than that, will stand for any questions that we got for going on.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Commissioners, any questions? Yes, Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Chapato.
I guess I'm asking a lot of questions
Okay.
today. But so in the last fiscal year, how many workers' compensation claims were filed for the county? Just, I don't need an exact number, but an approximation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shambaro, we had about 110 work comp claims last year. And
And
about 55 of those were medical treatment.
And what was the cost approximately of the total of the claims?
Last year, we paid, Doña County does not pay that. We pay a premium. So last year's premium was $630,000. New Mexico Association of Counties pays the first dollar. And by their loss runs that we would looked at, they paid out a little over $370,000.
Would you repeat that again, 301?
$370,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? There is no other questions. Brandy? Or we didn't have a motion and a second.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chapato,
Second.
a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on, we have item number 24, which is approval of additional funding for the 2024 Summer Enrichment Internship Program. And we have our Director of Human Resources, Ms. Haynes. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Meg Haynes, Director of Human Resources. And with me today, I have Ashley Suniga, our Senior HR Administrator for Employee Relations. We wanted to present to the Commission this morning an update on the 2024 Student Internship Program. And so with that said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ashley.
Good morning. Ashley Suniga, Senior HR Administrator with the Doña County Human Resources Department. I just wanted to provide a little bit of background. So the program is a high school internship program. The College and Career Readiness Bureau launched the Summer Enrichment Internship Program in 2021. The federal government provided $9.8 million that was set aside for student enrichment as part of pandemic relief efforts. The set-aside funding was used to launch the Summer Enrichment Internship Program. With the federal set-aside funding nearly exhausted, the New Mexico Legislature in winter of 2023 provided funding to maintain and grow the program on behalf of our high school students. Under the program, funding covers the cost of summer internships for the New Mexico high school students. The goal is to provide high school students with the opportunity to participate in high-quality internships in agencies, including county, tribal, and/or municipal placements. Beginning in 2021, Doña County has been fortunate to have been a recipient of the NMPED funding for student internship program. This year, we will receive $5 million, a $1 million increase from last year, and more than half of the amount for the entire state of New Mexico. We received approximately 1,977 applications in a 3-week span. Today, there's currently 1,918 applications. That is, the position was posted April 2nd through April 23rd. Currently, with the $5 million that we were awarded, we have 1,560 students that may be hired from NMPED. I'll give you a breakdown of the students by area, just so you have an idea as to how much students in every location. So Gadsden, Santa Teresa, and Chaparral have 500 students. Las Cruces has 996, and Hatch has 64. Currently, we do have a wait list. There is 335 applications more than positions currently available, and that's just with our funding limitations. And we also have an additional wait list of 75 students requesting to participate in the program who missed the application deadline. We currently have 71 coordinators already hired. We've enhanced the onboarding process. In the years previous, we had the orientations here at the Government Center, but this year we were able to partner with the Las Cruces Public Schools, Gadsden Independent School District, and Hatch to go out to the schools, which has worked out tremendously. And a huge thank you to Debbie Olguin, Fernando Sanchez, and Katrina Graham here in Las Cruces. They've been a tremendous help with all of that coordination. We have also placed our orientation on online. So we've recorded our presentation, we've put it out for the students. They're able to go through and review everything electronically. So once we actually go out to the schools, we're just making sure that we're in compliance. So we've significantly improved our onboarding process. The orientations are held at the high schools. Again, huge thank you to the Las Cruces Public Schools, Hatch, and Gadsden Independent School District. They've been a huge help allowing us the location and also the coordinators for participating in those orientations with us. We have 374 departments and businesses requesting interns. Right now, we actually have more placements in the Las Cruces, Gadsden area than we do students. So it's incredible the amount of participation that we have this year. The only deficit is Chaparral. We are still trying to get some businesses in the Chaparral area. I think we're about short, maybe about 100 placements in Chaparral. So we've partnered with the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. Debbie Moore has been a tremendous help with getting partnerships as well. But Chaparral is still the only deficit that we have. So if anybody knows anybody in Chaparral that could potentially help, that would be amazing.
Mr. Chair? I just had a conversation this last week with Ms. Moore and also with Becky Lawrence. Becky Lawrence is actually the current operator of the water company, Colquitt Water Company. And she sent us a list of over 200 companies that we're reaching out to in order to find placements for those students.
Perfect.
And so we have that list now. And I know Debbie Moore's working on that just to bring you up to date. And I'm going to be at the school next week as well at Gaston School, participating in some programs there.
Okay,
So, thank you.
great. Thank you. We appreciate your help, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. We already started our orientation. So yesterday we had an orientation out in Santa Teresa, and we also had an orientation at Arrowhead. Today we have an orientation out at Oregon Mountain. And then we are pretty much scheduled the rest of the month for orientations out at the schools. So our approximate earliest start date is today, essentially, for some of those students who have already been onboarded. Based on the success of the program, we are requesting additional funding of up to $800,000. The cost per intern for the duration of the program is $2,585.90. The cost per coordinator is $8,292.51. The New Mexico Public Education Department has placed a cap on how many students we can place with a coordinator. So essentially, the 20 interns that we hire, we would have to hire an additional coordinator to assist with that. So we definitely want to make sure that we're staffing properly. And based on the current funding of $5 million, we're able to hire 1,560 students. The benefits to Doña County. Students gain valuable workforce skills. Students are mentored by their coordinators and employers. By earning up to $2,400, students help cover expenses for their families, and the county establishes greater ties throughout the community. Overall, a high school student internship with local business partners provides a multifaceted learning experience that extends beyond the classroom, preparing students for future academic and professional success. I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. And not necessarily a question, but a comment. This body, most of this body had a joint session with the city of Las Cruces, and it was brought to our attention the rampant drug use among the youth in this county. And I just think it's such a benefit to be able for the youth in our community to get a job and be mentored all in one, and that might help alleviate some of the drug problems. But thank you for what you're doing. I know it's a lot of work, so I truly appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. Are we completely staffed with coordinators?
Chair Shaljo Hernandez, no, at this time, we still need 6 coordinators to be completely staffed.
Okay. And have we hired all coordinators that have applied, or do we need more that need to come in?
Chair Shaljo Hernandez, we actually have a couple of, I think we're about to hold an orientation for 6 additional. So we've just been hiring as we've been placing. So that position was recruited for and it's closed, and we're still working out of that requisition.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, or concerns from the board? Seeing none. Seeing none. Brandy?
I think we need a motion.
Oh, yeah, we do need a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro.
Second, Senator Murillo.
And a second from Commissioner Murillo. Any other discussion, commissioners? Seeing none. Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have item number 25, which is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget. And we have our finance director here, and also Lucio, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Asma Daoud, Financial Services Director. Today, we would be presenting the FY25 preliminary budget for your review and approval. So we had a work session on 15th of April, and we had presented the preliminary requests at that point. Since then, there have been some changes, so today we would focus on those changes from our April 15th meeting. We would also look at the overview of our revenues and expenditures, a budget recap, and then the revenue and expenditure recurring which is a surplus, and then the next steps, which would be the timeline for a submission to DFA. So the changes that we had from our last budget work session, there is a decrease in revenue of 1.2 million, and that's mainly due to adjustments for grants. So when the county receives a grant award, we budget the entire grant, and then as work is being done on that grant and we do drawdowns, we record the revenue and expenditures related to it. So the grant budget would be adjusted to the actuals as of June 30th when we complete the fiscal year for our final budget. So right now we decreased the revenue for grants by 1.2 million, and also expenditure for grants was increased by 2.2 million based on departmental submissions. The other increase in expenditure overall is 7.5 million. The biggest items were the OEM facility 4.8 million adjustment, which was approved by the board on April 9th. We had grant adjustments for 2.2 million and crisis triage for 1.3 million. For health insurance, it decreased by $489,000. Previously, our estimate was 5.1% increase, which was adjusted to 1.2%. The economist position, we were going to hire for $101,000. Now it would be a contract, so there is a saving of $41,000. For the probate judge, we adjusted the budget by $1,800. Crisis triage was increased from 980 to 2.269 million, but 1.4 million is a one-time startup cost. For detention center medical cost, it was reduced by 400,000 based on the proposals that we got. Animal services center request decreased by 442,000, both for the city and county, from what was presented on 4/15. Utilities loan payments increased by 24,000. One Colonias loan was added. OEM facility 4.8 million adjustment was done after the April 9th BOCC approval. For the election warehouse, 500,000 was added, and then grant adjustments 2.2 million. So these are the changes from our April 15th work session. The county-wide sources of revenue. So we have our FY24 current year's adopted budget, a preliminary budget for FY25, and the difference in amount and percentage. So GRT, we are estimating our revenues to be 5% higher. For equalization, we had budgeted at 4 million, but received 6 million in FY24. So in FY25, we are budgeting it at 6 million. Property taxes are based on formula, 9% increase from the current budget. Fees and tax service charge, 14% increase. The biggest contributor is detention care of prisoner fee for federal detainees. Miscellaneous, we see a drop of 39% because the US Treasury had given us local assistance tribal consistency fund in FY24. So the payment we had received was 4.7 million, which was one time, and it's not in FY25. The taxes show 5%, and that's for gas tax, flood tax, and cannabis excise tax. Penalty and interest 3%. Investment income, we have kept it at the same based on discussion with the county treasurer. We are expecting to come over budget in FY25 for investment income. State distributions, the change in revenue is about 7%. This includes fire, EMS, and law enforcement protection fund, and these would be adjusted to actual when we receive them. In grants, there is 3% increase. And again, grants actual estimated carryover amounts would be adjusted for the actuals at the end of the fiscal year. For our expenditures, the highlights are 5% for unrepresented pay increase. The impact is 1.68 million. For command staff, it would be based on what was approved by BOCC resolution. 1.2% is health insurance increase, that's 174,000. Previously, we had estimated it at 5.1% increase. The union step is at 1.7 million. We are still pending fire and detention negotiations. There are 39 new positions. The impact is 2.2 million, and we would provide the breakdown on the next slide. For capital outlay, we have from unrestricted funds 37.6 and restricted funds 12.2 million. The changes after April 15th are for the OEM facility and election warehouse. For the 39 new positions, 2 are for community development. The impact is 114,000, 14 for DASO. The budget impact is $882,000. For fire, there are 15 position requests. The budget impact is $959,000. For utilities, there is 1 operator position, $70,000. Flood has an equipment operator position for $54,000 out of restricted funds. And for commission requests, there is no budget impact for BOCC assistance. For the compliance officer, it is $91,000. And these were presented at the work session as well. For county-wide expenditures, again, we are comparing it to our FY24 current fiscal year's budget with the FY25 preliminary budget and their difference in dollars and percentage. So personnel costs, there is 8% increase. It includes the health increase, step increase, the new positions that have been added, the 5% for underrepresented, also callback incentive pay overtime. Operating costs, there is 6% increase based on requests from different departments. Debt service, there is 2%, and this includes the GEO bond and other NMED loans. For capital outlay, there is 59% increase. The 2 that were added after April 15th is the OEM facility 4.8 and election warehouse 500,000. State distributions 11%. That includes law enforcement, protection, EMS, and fire distribution. And grants, it is showing a 5% decrease. So the FY25 expenditures here, it shows a breakdown by department. We have the FY24 adopted, our FY25 preliminary and the change, and is sorted by percentage from highest to lowest. So the departments which have more than $1 million of change is fire, HHS, and DASO. And then we see that in other non-departmental, what's included is the pass-through GRD emergency funds and built, and local assistance tribal consistency fund. So this slide shows a recap of our preliminary budget. We are estimating a beginning cash balance of $199 million, of which $73 million is unrestricted and $125.9 is restricted. Our budgeted revenues are $283 million, and our budgeted expenditures for FY25 are $363 million. That will give us an ending cash balance of $118.9 million, of which $50 million is unrestricted and $68.9 is from restricted or designated funds. So if we are required to maintain a reserve, so based on this ending cash balance, our reserve requirement is $26.45 million. That will give us an adjusted ending cash balance of $92.45 million, and we would be using $80.46 million of our reserves. We have seen in the past couple of fiscal years that we have not been using our reserves. We do budget to use it, but our actual revenues have been coming in higher and expenditures lower than the amount budgeted for the fiscal year. This slide shows the revenue and expenditure balance. So we have estimated revenues of $283 million and expenditures of $363 million, which gives us a negative of $80.46 million. However, if we take out the restricted funds, the one-time costs, as well as capital, we are left with a surplus of $1.68 million. So our recurring revenues are $1.68 million higher than our recurring expenditures. This does not include the pending union negotiations. So this shows our budget calendar. The preliminary budget is due to DFA on 1st June. In July, we would be coming before the board for getting approval on year-end budget adjustments. The last quarter report, which would cover the entire fiscal year's performance, as well as our final budget, which would be due to DFA on 31st July. So please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for this. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd
Commissioner.
like to make a motion to, well, it's a resolution, so I guess I make a motion to approve the preliminary budget as it stands.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments, questions, or concerns, commissioners? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you so much for your hard work and all of our department heads on their work on the budget this year. We really do appreciate the conversations and all the work you guys put in, so I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter related to limited personnel matters involving the hiring of the county manager and to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the International Association of Firefighters Local 5037 and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 1529 Detention Center, Local 2709 Blue Collar, and Local 1879 Court Security, and to discuss pending or threatened litigation related to Camino Real Regional Utility Association, in which the county may become a participant as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 10-15-1 H2, H5, and H7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, commissioners? Seeing none, Brandy, can you roll call that, please?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. We'll be headed into closed session. Thank you so much.
They were excited to hear us adjourn the meeting.
We didn't say 15 minutes.
I know, I thought it was gonna be.
Okay, let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. And the time is 1:16. We are back in open session. Commissioners, any other commission input? Seeing none. Brandy, any correspondence?
Yes. Obed and Perry Marte versus Doña County, and Gilbert Caldwell Jr. versus Doña County.
Wonderful, thank you. Okie dokie, the time is 1:17 and I call this meeting adjourned.